You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. And somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Good afternoon, Braves Country. Mac Magee coming your way, getting ready for game number 2. We took one on the chin last night. Look, you just got to face facts. And the facts are Chris Bassett pitched a hell of a game. I still think that there was some mismanagement at the end of the game that led to the loss. I also believe that non-called strike that would have gotten Strider out of the inning that eventually led to the first run, that was a big key in the loss as well. But when you bring Danny Young in to face one left-hander and the next 3 batters are 3 power right-handed batters, the simple fact of the matter is that is literally the definition of rolling the dice. That's not really putting things into your favor. It also tells me that they weren't being very aggressive to win that game, that their philosophy at this point right now is to not put their best foot forward when they're down by 1 run on the road. 1 run. And that just tells you what the philosophy is going to be at this point. Maybe it's got something to do that they have a healthy lead in the division. That would not shock me if that's got something that plays into their mindset. I don't like that type of attitude because I believe that can lead to complacency, which eventually loses to losses. And the next thing you know, you're staring up at the Mets or the Phillies in the division. But as we come into today's game, 6 in front of Philly, 6.5 in front of the Mets, 6.5 in front of the Marlins, and 9 in front of the Nationals. Mets and Phillies won last night. And we've got 5 more tough games on this road trip. And it doesn't get any easier today with Jose Berrios. Jose Berrios has pitched pretty well at home. And the one thing about Berrios is this, that the Braves can attack. And I know most of the numbers would tell you that Berrios is going to be a tough customer for the Braves because he's in his home building, where recently he's pitched much better. Last year was the exact opposite. Last year he was he struggled at home, but this year he's pitched much better at home than he has on the road. But the thing about Berrios is he does not have the blow you away type of fastball. He's got a good fastball. He's got a solid fastball. Don't get me wrong. But if he leans on the fastball, the Braves hunt fastballs, and they might be able to get to him. It's going to be tricky today because with Bryce Elder on the mound, and although you got to love his stats so far, right? I mean, he's coming in with the 3-0 record, a shiny 1.74 ERA, a 111 whip. You love all that. 41 innings pitched, 36 strikeouts, 13 walks. You love all that. If you look at his last outing, he walked 4, and he can't do that against this Toronto offense because they will make you pay if you put runners on. We saw it last night. Now, last night it was the hit by pitch, but you give them free base runners and they will make you pay. So you got to keep the free passes to a minimum. Conversely, if you look what Berrios has been doing, to get to Berrios, you have to hit Berrios because you can't expect him walk a whole lot. He's pitched 40 innings this year. He's only walked 8. I mean, those are remarkable numbers, 41 strikeouts. Only 4 home runs given up. So all in all, you look at those numbers and you're like, hey, man, this guy's dominant. If you dig a little deeper and you see 40 innings pitched and 42 hits allowed, 42, it's a hit an inning. You put runners on base that way, that's when you can be talking about a possibility of getting to a guy, especially if you can put a couple of those hits together in the same inning, 2 or 3 hits, 4 hits in the same inning, they can compile up. Because obviously a guy doesn't just go out there and just give up 1 hit an inning. He's averaging that just over 1 hit an inning, and you're hoping to gather them together and put some crooked numbers up on the board. You look at the career numbers against Berrios. Acuna, how about this? He's 3 for 3 lifetime with the home run, 2 RBIs. Now you wonder what their attack mode is going to be on Acuna coming in against him today, because you look at that as a staff, as a pitching coach, and of course Berrios himself, and he sees he's given up a home run. He's 3 for 3. You wonder if they may pitch around him. And if that's the case, Acuna's got to be aware of that, aware of the strong possibility of that, because the last thing you want to do is start chasing because of your previous success. Matt Olson has a pretty big sample size, 19 at bats. He's hitting .316. He's got a home run. Riley has never faced him. Murphy has gone up against him twice. Rosario's 2 for 6. Ozzie Albies 3 for 4. Ozuna, who is in the lineup today, he's 0 for 3. We'll go through all the lineups here before first pitch. And Michael Harris II has not faced him. RC is 0 for 4. So 2 guys in the lineup today. Harris and Riley have never faced Berrios. 3 guys in the lineup have faced him and never gotten a base hit. So you don't like that, but what you do like is that the 4 guys that have gotten hits off of Berrios in the lineup, and that would be Acuna, Olson, Rosario, and Ozzie. They've all had good success against him. As far as Bryce Elder versus the Blue Jays, there are no statistics. He's never faced him, which doesn't come to a shock to anybody. Plays in the American League East, and Elder's only had a handful of starts in his career. And he's going to be tough. He's going to be facing a tough lineup. They got all their stars in today. No one's really taken the night off. I guess Kirk, their catcher, you could say, is taking the afternoon off. But other than that, it's the same lineup essentially that we faced yesterday. And I thought that Strider did a phenomenal job. And honestly, if you're going to equate the whole thing, Danny Young and Kirby Yates were not terrible. Yeah, they gave up the couple of runs, but I mean, that's what you expect from Yates and Young. They're not shut them down guys. They're guys you put in there when the game is not necessarily all the way out of hand, but a game that's not within reach. That game was in reach last night, excuse me. And that's what the most disappointing thing to me as a fan is that when the game is within reach, you want to see a little more aggressiveness as far as going to your bullpen. I'm not saying you lose your mind there on the spot when you pulled Strider and you put Iglesias in. You're not going to put your closer in there down a run with the bases loaded. But I'm saying give yourself a puncher's chance. I don't know why they didn't have one of our better right-handers warming up, knowing that he's going to have Kiermaier to face. You could always pitch around Kiermaier, by the way. I still think Strider deserved the opportunity to go up against Kiermaier and then go to the pen. But if you didn't want to go that route, if you were bugged out about the pitch count, that's something you have to be aware of in today's game. I get it. If that's the case, I mean, can we see some Colin McHugh? Can we see some maybe Nick Anderson? Danny Young? Because if he doesn't get the lefty, and he didn't come anywhere close to home plate, if he doesn't get the lefty there, then you've put yourself in a pickle because you can no longer just go back to the bullpen in today's game. You have to face 3 batters, and the next 2 batters are power-hitting right-handed hitters, all-star hitters, cream of the crop hitters in Springer and Bichette. So that to me was the most disappointing thing about last night's game. Not that the offense didn't click. Look, sometimes the pitcher just is on, and he was on. He was dealing last night. He got the benefit of a few calls, okay, but so did Strider. That's not really the end of the world. He was absolutely dealing last night, and he was in a rhythm, and the Braves were unable. And I'll tell you what I believe really started the whole thing. Kind of mentioned this in the first couple innings. He had a low pitch count going into the 3rd inning. And when you start building, I think it was 18 pitches going into the 3rd inning, because I believe it was 12 and then 6, if memory serves. 18 pitches going into the 3rd inning. That's a joke. That's an absolute joke. You can't do that. You've got to be able to eat some pitches. And when Acuna goes out there and grounds out immediately, I'm sorry, Olsen, but if you're going to be the number 2 hitter, you got to do the same. You got to go out there. You got to be a number 2 hitter. You got to look at some pitches. He didn't. And the next thing you know, Austin Riley's out there having to eat some pitches, puts him in a bad position. Because you don't feel like you just have to eat 1. You got to eat 2. Because you're trying to get your starting pitcher a breather. Not necessarily in the 1st inning, but still at the end of the day, when you're looking at the whole equation, you got to have the mindset of, we're trying to run this pitch counter because we're trying to get into that Toronto bullpen, which is not a good bullpen. They've struggled. And when we can get to that bullpen today, I think we'll win. But you got to get Barrios. You got to get Barrios early. I hope Elder can have a solid performance. I would love a quality start, 6 innings, 3 earned or less. He gives us that opportunity to win, then by all means. You do wonder how much of this is going to play into the fact that tomorrow's game, right now, it's undecided, but it's looking like it's a bullpen game. You wonder how much that'll play into it. How aggressive they'll be. But my God, I don't want to just give up 2 losses in the hopes to win Sunday on a bullpen game. And that's what that to me was the most disappointing thing about being so complacent and willing to just put your 2 worst relievers out there in the big spot when your ace was on the mound. Because right now, Spencer Strider's the ace. He's the healthy ace. When he goes out there on the mound, you kind of expect to win. And you damn sure don't expect Danny Young and Kirby Yates to the rescue in a 1-run game. I'm still ticked at Laz Diaz for blowing that call that extended the inning that gave up the first run. But you got to move on, and we will move on. We're just, well, you know how we do it here in Braves Country. We're always going to rehash things. But today, Bryce Elder hoping for another really good performance. He's going to need his entire bag of tricks because this Toronto offense, it may not have looked like it last night because Spencer Strider was absolutely dealing, but this Toronto offense can bang. And tomorrow, you've got Kikuchi on the mound, and he's a guy, once again, that I think the Braves can get to. You're going to see the 3.35 ERA tomorrow. You're going to see the 1.19 whip, and you're going to say, hey, man, that's pretty good pitcher. He's 5-0. Hey, well, look out. I still point to 37 hits given up in 37 innings and 8 home runs allowed tomorrow. So we'll be able to score some runs tomorrow, I believe. But I guess my point is, I don't want to just mortgage our future or mortgage our present for our future, I guess I should say. Let's go out and get one today. Let's split this series up and then give us a chance to maybe win it tomorrow. All right, we're going to step aside for a second and get you the starting lineups here on Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch a ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, everybody. Hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is the Rogers Center in Toronto, Canada, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves and playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .345, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, 15 stolen bases. Matt Olson batting second and playing first base, 11 home runs, 29 RBI, and a .238 average. Austin Riley batting third, playing third, 6 home runs, 18 RBI, a .240 clip. Batting cleanup and behind the dish today, Sean Murphy, .278, 9 homers, 32 RBI. Eddie Rosario, .259 average, 11 RBI, 3 home runs and a stolen base. Ozzie Albies, 1 stolen base, 9 home runs, 27 RBI, hitting .268 and batting 6th. Batting 7th, your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna, 6 home runs, 10 RBI, a .151 average. Michael Harris II, batting .208, 1 home run, 4 RBI, 4 stolen bases. And Orlando Arcia, playing shortstop with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, .322 average. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, Bryce Elder, 3-0 with a 1.74 ERA, 111 whip, 41 innings pitched, 33 hits allowed, 36 strikeouts, 13 walks, and 3 home runs. On the mound for the Toronto Blue Jays, Jose Barrios comes in with a 3-3 record, a 4.91 ERA, 1.24 whip, 40 innings pitched, 42 hits, 41 strikeouts, 8 walks, and 4 home runs. Coming to the plate for the Toronto Blue Jays, in front of their home crowd, it'll be George Springer, playing right field and leading off, a .218 average, 4 home runs, 14 RBI. Bo Bichette, batting second and playing short, 8 home runs, 24 RBI, stolen base, and a .321 average. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., batting third and playing first, 7 home runs, 21 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .310 average. Dalton Varsho, 6 home runs, 16 RBI, 6 stolen bases, a .234 average from left field. Matt Chapman, playing third base, 5 home runs, 22 RBI, a stolen base, and a .328 average. Whit Merrifield, batting sixth and playing second, a .289 average, 1 home run, 14 RBI, 8 stolen bases. Brandon Belt is the designated hitter with 2 home runs, 8 RBI, and a .228 average. And Jansen will be behind the plate with 3 home runs, 15 RBI, hitting .165. And Kiermaier, Gold Glove center fielder, 2 home runs, 12 RBI, 3 stolen bases, and a .294 average. And that's your lineups for Atlanta Braves versus the Toronto Blue Jays in the Rogers Center, a capacity of 49,282. The home plate umpire today will be Mike Estabrook. Down the first base line, Andy Fletcher. Second base is Eric Backus and Laz Diaz down the third base line. So we're just about set. Grab you a cold one, find you an armchair. Braves Country Baseball coming your way on a Saturday afternoon in May. Get your game face on, Braves Country. Last few warm-up tosses being flipped up there by Jose Barrios. And we're just about set. The Blue Jays will be wearing their home whites with the blue lettering, blue numerals and the Blue Jay logo underneath the word Blue Jays on the chest, red ball caps with the Blue Jay emblem on the front. Your Atlanta Braves coming in on a 2-game losing streak, time to get some runs early. We'll come in with our road gray bottoms and the blue tops with Atlanta across the chest, tomahawk underneath, all in red along with the numerals on the back, and in white, the names, everything outlined in white. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. He's taking his last few warm-up swings, and it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way, and it's right there on the outer edge, just misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna batting .345 on the year. The 1-0 swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. Braves nothing, Blue Jays nothing. We're just getting started here on Braves Country Baseball. The 1-1 from Barrios, righty-righty matchup. And just inside misses. It's 2-1. Standing on deck, Matt Olson. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon in Braves country, wherever you're hailing from. The 2-1 pitch swung on and popped up. Let's stay in play. A lot of foul territory in Toronto. It's going to get out of play over by the first base dugout, and it's 2-2. Atlanta Braves come into today up 6.5 games. The 2-2 pitch from Barrios. They set up outside, swung on, check swing foul, out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Second game of a 3-game series. Atlanta will finish this series as the 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over the head of Barrios, charging and making the flip, and it's a 4-3 put out by Merrifield, and there's one away. Third game of this series is tomorrow afternoon, 1:37 on Mother's Day. We will have the call. So Matt Olson comes to the plate, and the first pitch to Olson's below the knees, but called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Barrios. He fires a sinker right there on the edge. Olson rolls it over to first, and it's a easy put out for Guerrero. And quickly 2 outs. So Braves going quietly here in the first inning so far. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Good to see where everybody's from. We'll see you Ocala, Florida. The first pitch on the way to Riley's below the knees, and once again, a low strike. It's 0-1. Looks like the low strike's going to be given today. That might work in the favor of Elder, who lives on the sinker. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 to Riley. 11th pitch of the inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 up, 3 down. Braves fail to score. We'll head to the bottom of the first. It's 0-0 in Toronto.
Hello there.
Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Grounds." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays, bottom of the first inning. First pitch on the way is a strike right there above the knees from Elder. It's 0-1. He'll face George Springer, Bo Bichette, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to get it started. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike again, and it's quickly 0-2. Braves lost game 1 of this series, 3-0 last night. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to third, and it's a 5-3 put out. Nice play by Riley to Olson to start the game. So that'll bring up Bo Bichette to the plate, batting .321. 8 home runs, a 24 RBI. The first pitch on the way is swung on and popped up high, but not deep enough. Will it stay in play? Just out of the reach of Acuna. Went up against the wall over there in foul territory. Acuna just missed making a play. Would have been a really tough catch to make. Instead, it's just a long strike. So we'll go back to it. Elder, 0-1 count. He kicks and fires down below the knee. Sinker misses. Inside, it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Quickly back at it. Inside and high and tight. It's 2-1. 92 miles an hour. Just underneath the hands. The 2-1 pitch. Top of the zone. Hit the zone. But he's calling a low zone today, 3-1. The 3-1 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left center field, camping underneath it and making the long catch. Had to go quite a ways as Michael Harris just before the warning track. There's 2 away. There's a little bit of a shadow that hangs over in that center field area. Don't think it'll be much of an issue. We'll keep an eye on that as the game goes on. Vlad Jr. comes to the plate. He takes a hack at the first strike. Hanging breaking ball. Fouls it straight back. It's 0-1. Vlad Jr. 7 home runs, a .910 OPS. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch down below the knees. Did he go around? They're going to say he didn't. It was close. Andy Fletcher says no dice down the first base line, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 just off the plate wide, 91 miles an hour, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike two. 2-2 count to Vlad. 2 away. A lot of day games today. We'll get into them in a minute. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. Elder better be careful. That's the second one that Vlad's almost timed up perfectly, just missing. And he can smack it deep. The 2-2 down below the knees, tried to get him to chase that sinker. We'll do it again. The 3-2 to Guerrero. Way outside, wide, down below the zone. And it's a 2-out walk to keep the inning alive here in the first. Yesterday, Philly won and the Mets won. So it's a 6-game lead over Philly, 6.5 over the Mets. First pitch on the way to Varsho, batting cleanup today, is a strike right there on the outer edge. He went deep yesterday. It's 0-1. Marlins also 6.5 back. The 0-1 way outside, down below the zone, evening up the count at 1-1. Marlins and Nationals lost yesterday. Marlins 6.5, Nationals 9 back. The 1-1 on the way, swung on and hit high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch at the wall, and that'll end the inning. So a couple of deep hits, but nothing to show for it. We'll be back in just a moment. Heart of the order coming to the plate.
I don't know. You know, it seems like bad things are always happening to me. Like I have bad luck or something.
Son, you don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. When Mickey Mantle was a young prospect, he went to St. Louis to try out for the Browns. But because of his scrawniness and overall unimpressive physical appearance, the Browns didn't even let him on the field. Little did they know, they had just turned away one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
People who long for the good old days before ball players got rich should have been a ball player back then. It was hard. They slept 2 to a bed often in the hotels. In fact, Rube Waddell's bunkmate required Connie Mack to put in his contract that Rube Waddell was not allowed to eat crackers in bed.
One of the crosses that Connie Mack had to bear was Rube Waddell of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. When he went to sign Rube to his first contract, he was met at the station in Punxsutawney by all the town leaders as he and Rube were about to get on the train. And Mack was terrified that they had come to tell Rube not to sign for so little money, or that they wanted to keep him for the local team. And one of them stepped forward and said, "Mr. Mack, we're here to thank you for getting him off of our hands."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder on the mound today versus Berrios. The first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside. The 1-0. Now they're going to say he went around. It's 1-1. Thought he might have held up there. See, Palatka, Florida, Bristol, Connecticut, Ocala. We're just below the Georgia-Florida line. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded straight up the middle. Backhanded. Fires it over to first. Merrifield 4-3 put out. Start here in the second. just outside of Jacksonville. We've got contributors all over that you'll see during our weekly show from Braves Country. We got them in Chicago, Detroit, Middle Tennessee. I know I'm forgetting a few. The first pitch on the way to Rosario swung on and grounded foul and out of play. It's 0-1. We go live 3 to 5 Monday through Friday in Atlanta, Georgia. Simulcasting right here on Braves Country HD. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards second. Merrifield has to rush, and Rosario beats it out. He's safe by a nose. You knew it was going to be a close play. I'm a little surprised that Merrifield waited on the ball. I think he really needed to charge that. Maybe he was underestimating Rosario's speed and or hustle. Looking at the replay, he definitely beat it out, probably by just a quarter of a step. So we got a runner on first. One away, and Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. The first pitch to Ozzie is a fastball right there at the top of the zone. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies batting .268, .818 OPS, 9 bombs. Open stance from Ozzie. Barrios looks back the runner. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. And down below the knees, it's 1-1. Standing on deck, Marcell Ozuna. Harris is in the hole. Keep you abreast of all the other games going on. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. Mets have not got going yet with the Nationals. That's at 4 o'clock. And Phillies and Rockies are later on. But you do have other games. Yankees 9-6 over the Tampa Bay Rays right now. That game is in the 7th. McClanahan was on the hill today. That's a high-scoring game. The 2-1 pitch swung on and hit high and fairly deep into center field, but making the catch, having to shift over to his right just a tad, was Kiermaier. And there's 2 away. So that'll bring Ozuna to the plate. The first pitch to Ozuna is off the plate wide, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Marcell with 6 home runs, a .635 OPS. The 1-0 as they set up outside. On the way, swing, and that ball's fouled back 93 miles an hour. Top shelf, it's 1-1. Ozuna hitting a little better of late. If Atlanta could get production out of that designated hitter role, along with Austin Riley's bat waking up, this offense would be hard to beat. Barrios turns and flips it over to first, thinking Rosario might be going, but he's staying put. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Kicks and deals off the plate wide, 2-1. Good eye by Marcell. The 2-1 on the way, swing and a miss. Looked like the sinker just dove off the side of the plate. So a 2-2 pitch to Ozuna. Barrios lets it fly. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Saw it off foul over towards the right field side, out of play. It's 2-2. Two-two count. Barrios Looks in, they set up outside. He flips it way out of the zone. Good take by Ozuna. That ball fell off the table just as it was approaching the plate. So a full count, the runner will be on the move. There's 2 outs. They set up inside. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. It's going back, back, back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lamma, ding-dong, a 2-run blast, and we got ourselves our first home run, our first runs of this 3-game series. 395 happy feet off the bat, 112 smoking miles an hour. 7th home run of the year, 12th RBI, and the Braves lead it 2-0. What an incredible swing. You saw him reach inching in. I think they were trying to catch him napping, but that ball got way too much of the plate. I mean, way too much. Wasn't dead center, but it was right there on the inner cut, right in Ozuna's wheelhouse. First pitch to Harris is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. That's right, Terry. I know that's your boy. He's back, baby. The 1-0 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky. Underneath it is the third baseman Chapman. He'll catch it in foul territory, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves grab a 2-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash.
Leave me alone. I'm a happily married man. There's no way you're happy. You have 2 kids. Your wife is a disaster. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I will show her this. She will divorce you. You will become my brother forever.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. AL MVP Shohei Ohtani was not only a great hitter in 2021, but also a solid pitcher. A stat to show this is that in high leverage situations, Ohtani had the highest OPS as a hitter, and he held hitters to the lowest OPS as a pitcher. This means that Shohei was the clutchest hitter and pitcher.
George Edward Rube Waddell may have been the strangest man ever to play in the big leagues. A farmer's son from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He possessed a fastball fearsome enough and a curve wicked enough to lead the American League in strikeouts for 6 straight years and to outpitch Cy Young for 20 innings. But it was his personality that most people remembered. He poured ice water on his arm before he pitched because he said otherwise he'd burn up the catcher's glove. And when he won a game, he sometimes turned cartwheels on the mound. He drank too much. The Sporting News called him the Southpaw, and he couldn't quite remember how many women he'd married. Between seasons, Waddell wrestled alligators and toured in a vaudeville melodrama, The Stain of Guilt. On the field, his attention tended to wander. Opponents could break his concentration by holding up puppies or bright, shiny toys. He loved fires, and when a fire bell clanged, he had to be restrained from leaving the game to chase the fire engine. Exasperated teammates and opposing players never knew what he'd do next, but fans loved him.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Elder just misses the top of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Elder. Off the plate wide, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Sinker, 89. In the inner part of the plate, Chapman just missed squaring that up. The 2-1. Swing and hit high and foul. Making a running attempt into the screen was Olsen, but could not get to it. Man, did he make that close. I didn't think he had any prayer of making that play. It's 2-2. Slammed into the padding over there. Appears to be okay. He's got kind of a smile on his face. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high, deep, but not deep enough. Underneath it's Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll make the catch for out number 1 here in the bottom of the second. Braves 2, Bluejays nothing. As the old saying goes, the demise of Marcell Ozuna may have been greatly exaggerated. First pitch from Elder to Merrifield is there at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there at the knees, 0-2. Elder back to work quickly. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Elder working quickly today, getting most of the pitches out before the 10 seconds mark. The 1-2 swung on and bang foul down the line. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. It's 1-2. I think Mike Soroka's a long way away from coming up as a starter. I could see them possibly putting him in a piggyback type role, but that would be a worst case scenario. The 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. I think they like to have him have a little more confidence before he came up. The 1-2 in the dirt, ball 2-2. And Dylan Dodds looked pretty good. The question will be when they need that fifth starter, will it be bullpen or Schuster? The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high in the sky. Camping underneath it is Michael Harris, the second. And there's 2 away. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. The 2 outs. And the first pitch of Brandon Belt is sawed off foul behind home plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Right there inside for the strike. Good pitch by Elder. Really jammed him up there. It's 0-2. The 0-2 misses down below the knees. It's 1-2. Home plate umpire Estabrook walks away for a second. He's back. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball's hit right up the middle, but a one-hop play made by Arcia. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out to end the inning. Off his back foot, he flung it in there, and we'll head to break. When we come back, he'll grab the bat along with Acuna and Olsen.
Starburst! It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
You don't slap me for telling jokes. That's unacceptable. And the thing is, Will, I love him, but he was, the happy-go-lucky before the slap, and nobody saw that coming, which was weird. 50 Cent have been going ham on Jada. He didn't slap 50 Cent. He slapped 50 pounds. Chris Rock can't defend himself. His hands don't even make fists. You ever see them little hands? He got like little back scratches.
Armchair.
Albert Goodwill Spalding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spalding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Barrios fires in the first pitch. Fastball on the outer edge to Arcia, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Arcia. Off the plate wide, tries to get him to chase that pitch that it's more of a slurve. Sweeper, slurve, whatever they want to call it these days. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and banged off his leg. Foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Braves 2, Toronto nothing. If you're just joining us, a 2-run shot by Ozuna. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled down the left field line. It's going to get down. It's going to get fair. It's going to rattle into the corner, and Arcia will pull up into second with a leadoff double here in the top of the third. Hard hit ball by Orlando Arcia. Ball looked like it skipped just underneath the glove of Chapman. So Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate with nobody out and a runner in scoring position. The first pitch on the way to Ronald is a fastball on the edge called for a strike. It's 0-1. Acuna grounded out his first time up. The 0-1 to Ronald. They set up inside, just miss. 93 miles an hour. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Barrios looks back the runner, kicks and fires. 94 miles an hour off the edge. Few inches outside. It's 2-1. Two one, ready to deal, swing, and that ball's grounded over towards third. Fires it over to first, pulls Guerrero off the bag. Him and Acuna collide, and they're going to call Acuna out. I'm not sure what first base umpire Andy Fletcher was doing, but I think he was just calling it a dead ball at that point after the two of them ran into each other. Both appear to be okay. But on the play, Arcia moves down to third. Maybe it's because Acuna had, I see what it is. Acuna had grabbed the glove. And I don't think Acuna was trying to do anything there. He was just holding the glove to make sure the two of them didn't fall. So 1 on, 1 out, runner on third. And Olsen comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, swung on and missed, sinker, well below the zone. Just falls off that table, that sinker changeup that he throws. It's 1-1. Arcia standing on third, the 1-1 pitch, off the plate, same pitch. This time Olsen recognized it, and it's 2-1. Braves would love to get another run here. A deep fly would score Arcia. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 miles an hour. Pumped it right by him in the top of the zone. It's 2-2. Olsen back in there. The 2-2 pitch. Barrios winds up, flips it in. 96 mile an hour fastball, high out of the zone. You got a full count to Matt Olsen. Austin Riley's on deck. A 3-2 pitch. Wind up, kick, deal, swing, and that ball's hit high, but plenty foul down the right field line. We'll do it again at 3-2 into the upper deck. So back at it, righty-lefty matchup, runner on third, one out, the 3-2 pitch, down below the knees, ball 4, tried to get Olson to get himself out. Instead, he'll head down to first. And Austin Riley will come to the plate. The catcher, Ken Jansen, is going to go out there and talk to Barris. I'm sure he's going to remind him that you got Austin Riley, who doesn't run nearly as well as others, along with Matt Olson on first. So you got a double play set up there if they can get a ground ball. The turf in Toronto is a lot faster, though, so it's not as easy to play for ground balls as it is on the natural grass in Truist. Riley's 0 for 1 with the strikeout. Average is down to 238. First pitch swinging, and he bangs it foul out of the glove of Jansen. It's 0-1. Braves 2, Bluejays nothing. Runners on the corners, 1 away. The 0-1 pitch. Swinging, that ball's rifled down the left field line, but foul. If he could have kept that a little more straight, that would have at least been a run. Absolutely hammered that ball. I think Ron Washington's awake now. That ball came sizzling past him. The 0-2 delivery. Berrios kicks that changeup down below the knees. Riley spits on it. It's 1-2. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. The 1-2 count. Rosario does stand on the on-deck circle. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and Riley's woes continue. There's 2 away. So runners on the corners, 2 outs, and Sean Murphy will come to the plate. You do wonder how much longer they'll keep Riley up as high as they have him in the order. Moving him down might help him a little bit. Or I mentioned it the other day. I mean, a day off for the guy. The first pitch on the way to Murphy is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Berrios looks back. Olson, I don't think he's going. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and fouled back, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Outer part of the plate. Slaps it up against the screen behind home plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Rocks and fires, and just off the plate wide. Good take by Murphy. That was a nasty pitch. That slurve that just fell off the end of the plate. It's 2-1. Two one from Berrios. They set up inside. Did he go around? They're going to say he did. Thought he held up, but maybe he offered. Looking at the replay, it's a 50-50 one there. So deuces are wild. 2 on, 2 out, a 2-2 count to Murphy. The wind up, the pitch, inside, ball 3. Murphy patted his knee like he thinks he got hit by the pitch. And Snicker wants to have a second to see if he can. I mean, he might have. I just don't know if there's going to be enough there to do it. I feel like it might have touched his leg, but I don't think they would have ever overturned it. So there will be no review. It's not like Murphy to want to give up an at bat. The 3-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it. Fouls it off the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. It didn't hit him flush, but it may have just nicked his pant leg. The 3-2 pitch. On the way, swing, and fouls it past the third base bag. We'll do it again. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. A 3-2 count. Olsen will be on the move. Berrios looks back the runner. He winds up, sends it in, and swung on and grounded over towards third. Should be an easy play for Chapman. He fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. They do run that pitch count up on Berrios. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, friend. It's your home speaking, and I need some favors. Could you turn on some of the lights in the basement? I'm scared of the dark. Also, this one is easy. Could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico so we could save money? Last thing, just a suggestion. Could you steam clean the carpets? I need a spa day.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
How the hell can you wear a Bears jersey at a Packer game?
This is worse than when you wore the Air Supply t-shirt to the Aerosmith concert.
Like other captains of industry, Spalding crushed or bought out his competitors, becoming the largest sporting goods manufacturer in the country. Spalding Sporting Goods, its proprietor said, is converting all America to the gospel of exercise. Spalding ran his team and his empire from the private box he built for himself in Chicago's Congress Street grounds, fitted out with a gong to summon servants and a new invention, a telephone, to keep track of all his enterprises while he watched the game. Newspapers called him the baseball messiah.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves will go back to work. Bryce Elder gets on the hill, and he flips it up there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery down below the knees. Slider missing. It's 1-1. The 1-1 kicks and fires just off the plate. It's 2-1. So he's gone slider, slider, sinker to start the at bat. Elder versus Jansen. The 2-1 pitch swung on and a soft liner over to short. Arcia has a mini hop. He'll catch it. L6 in your scorecard, and it's 1 away. One on, nobody out. And Kiermaier comes to the plate, the number 9 hitter. The first pitch is swung on by Kiermaier, banged foul off the plate. That might have went off his foot. He's hopping around a little bit. I think he got it off his instep. Appears to be okay. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and it's going to get sliced down the third baseline. Braves were in a shift, and Kiermaier will head to second. Did a wide turn, almost was thinking about third as Rosario was kind of jogging down there to get the ball out there in left field, and Kiermaier almost made him pay. 9-8, New York now in the top of the 8th. Seattle beat Detroit 5-0. So 1 on, 1 out in the top of the order, and George Springer comes to the plate. The first pitch to Springer is a swing and a miss. Strike, it's 0-1. Springer grounded out in the first. The 0-1 from Elder lets it go. Swing and a miss. Chasing that slider, it's 0-2. Springer with a .590 OPS. 4 home runs, 14 RBI. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And the slider got him again. It's 2 away. If you caught any of the game last night, he was having the issue with the slider versus Strider. So 2 outs. Bo Bichette will come to the plate. He's 0 for 1, batting .319. The first pitch on the way is down below the knees, sinker missing, 91 miles an hour, just above the ankles. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires and slices it foul over into right field area, 1-1. So a 1-1 count, 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the windup, the pitch, swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line. Is it fair? Just foul. And I mean just foul. Bichette just missed tying this game up. It's a 4-seamer. Got right in his wheelhouse. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again at 1-2. Elder looks in. The 1-2 kicks and fires down below the knees. Ball 2, 2-2. See Nicholas's question. I think you're referring to Boog. Boog is with the Chicago Cubs nowadays. So 1 on, 2 out. A 2-2 pitch. Wind and deal just off the plate. And it's a full count now, 3-2. So you got a runner on second with 2 outs. A full count to Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. standing on deck. The wind up the pitch, swung on and grounded hard over to third. Riley gets it, scoops it, runs up, jumps, fires, throws, and it's a 5-3 putout to end the inning. Great defensive play by Riley as that ball was scalded heading towards left field. We'll be back in a flash. 5, 6, and 7 coming to the plate.
What does it take to break you? What does it take to break your focus because you get frustrated about what happened on the last play? What does it take to make you give in? What does it take to break you? It's going to be difficult because you're getting yourself ready to play an entire season at a high level.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Down. Here's Tua stepping back, loads up, looks long, throws, end zone, touchdown! Alabama! Devontae Smith! Touchdown, Alabama! And the Crimson Tide has once again ascended to the top of the college football mountain. Again, it's going to be Crapel, wing, and the kicker, Drew Alamo. LSU remains undefeated. Passes away, penalty flag down. Lamar Thomas has got it. Lamar Thomas is on his way down the sideline. George Teague is after him and runs him down. Takes the ball away from him. Teague's got the ball. Well, congratulations to the LSU Tigers, the 2008 BCS National Champion.
Armchair.
SEC!
Roger Connor of the New York Giants was the era's greatest home run hitter. He smashed 138 during his career, a record which would stand until Babe Ruth came along.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is right there at the knees. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 on the way. Swung on, and that ball is rifled down the right field line. Just foul. Almost got down into there in the corner. If it gets down there, it's at least 2. Probably missed it by about a foot and a half. The 0-2 pitch. On the way, swung on and fouled back. 93 miles an hour, top shelf. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 on the way. Swing and bang foul down the line. He's gone sinker, changeup, sinker, and that was the slurve. The 0-2, they set up outside and high, way out of the zone. Fastball misses. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled straight back. One two's your count. Real quick scoreboard update. The Reds lead the Marlins 6-5 in the ninth. Sandy Alcantara was on the mound again today. The 1-2. High and outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Yankees lead the Rays in the bottom of the eighth. Twins and Cubs just got going. Minnesota 1-0. All the other games still yet to start. The 2-2 to Eddie. Down below the knees. Good take by Eddie. In fact, he dropped down with the changeup. He followed that all the way to the ground. It's a full count to Rosario. The 3-2 pitch. Swung and just got a piece that fouls it out of the glove of Jansen. Full count. Berrios, the 66th pitch of the afternoon. On the way, swung on and missed. Strike 3, 95 miles an hour right down the track. About letter high, and there's one away. Braves should be able to get into this bullpen today. They can keep this up fairly quickly. 66 pitches. Ozzie Albies comes to the plate, and Ozzie takes the first pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Ozzie. Open stance from the left side. Swung on, and that ball is hit high, but not enough on. It's going to get caught in right center field by the right fielder. Springer came over to get it. Kiermaier was backing him up on the play, and there's 2 away. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. Ozuna, last time up, hit a rifle shot 395 feet into the left field corner. First pitch to Marcell is swung on, and that ball is going to get down for a base hit. 1 hopper single, and Marcell Ozuna, a 2-out single to keep things going here in the top of the 4th. One on, 2 away. Michael Harris II digs in. They set up outside. The first pitch is a fastball, 93 on the outer edge, blew it right by him. It's 0-1. Michael 0 for 1 with a foul out in the second. Average now down to 204 with 1 home run, a 621 OPS. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, taken all the way. It's 1-1. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. The 1-1 just off the plate misses. 2-1. That changeup, the same one that he got Olsen to chase. Looks like he prefers to throw that to left-handers, get him to, if they do make contact with that, it's going to be a weak grounder. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball, outer edge, evening up the count at 2-2. So a 2-2 count with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th inning. Ozuna leads off first. The windup, the pitch, off the plate, ball 3, 3-2. Full count to Harris. There's 2 away, so Ozuna will get a running start. Orlando Arcia stands on deck. The 3-2 pitch, down below the knees, ball 4. Good eye by Harris. Barrios just refuses to give in. He did the same thing to Olsen with a full count, just threw that changeup, tried to get him to chase. So a quick timeout as the pitching coach is coming out for the Toronto Blue Jays, Walker. He's out there talking to Barrios. Pete Walker, the pitching coach. John Schneider's their manager. Dom Mattingly, the bench coach. So we're back to action. Runners on first and second, 2 away. And Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. The first pitch to Orlando is a sinker at the knees, 93 on the outer edge. It's 0-1. 4 o'clock game's about to begin. The 0-1 swung on, and that ball is hit down the first base line, right into the glove of Guerrero. He'll step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. So Braves threaten again, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
You saying you want a piece of me?
I can drop you like a bag of dirt.
You want a piece of me?
You got it! Ryan Sandberg stepping in to lead it off against Danny Cox. Sandberg walked his first time. Last time up, he grounded out third to first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Swung on, fly ball, left center field. That sends Coleman back, and that ball is gone. Home run for Ryan Sandberg. He hit it into the basket, and that gets the Cubs on the scoreboard with their first hit of the afternoon. Ryan Sandberg's first home run of the year.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Denton True Young was an ungainly, out-of-place farm boy when he came to the Cleveland Spiders in 1890. Even his teammates took to calling him Cy, short for Cyrus, because he seemed so countrified. But Cy Young held the Chicago White Stockings to just 3 hits to win his first game, and then went on to win 510 more before he was through, a record never even approached by any other pitcher.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Elder is swung on and rifled into right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Harris. He gets it back into the infield, but Guerrero hustling all the way will be safe. The leadoff double for the Toronto Blue Jays. Good hustle by Guerrero. Head first slide. Good play by Harris. So I think if that ball gets over and up against the wall, he might be standing on third. Guerrero not really known for his speed. He was hustling out of the box. Did a big belly flop into second base. So 1 on, nobody out. First pitch on the way to Varsho is in the dirt for a ball. 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fires, and that one misses high and out of the zone. 2-0. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. The 2-0 pitch. Check swing, kind of an excuse me swing. It's 2-1. Pitch was high in the zone. Varsho tried to pull back, and it just got a piece of his bat. Hit the bat just before it could get into the glove of Murphy. So a 2-1 count to Varsho. Guerrero on second, nobody out. Swing and a miss on a heater on the outer edge. It's 2-2. The 2-2 to Varsho. Swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again. Bryce Elder at 57 pitches here in the fourth. Still nobody out. Elder comes set. Kicks and deals. Right there for a strike. Got caught looking. And it's a backwards K for out number 1. Think Varsho might have been looking for the heater. That slider just buckled him right there at the knees. Bryce Elder with 2 strikeouts on the day now. First pitch on the way to Chapman is a hanger, swung on and missed at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Chapman batting .326, a .969 OPS. The 0-1 pitch, slider off the plate wide. It's 1-1. Braves 2, Bluejays nothing. Bottom of the 4th. The 2 runs have came off the solo shot from Marcell Ozuna. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded deep into the hole. Arcia's got it. He fires it across the infield, and it's a one-hopper, bounces off of Olson's glove, and he keeps it from rolling far away. Guerrero was dancing down the third base line, but because Riley went down to cover, there was no one to chase him back. And plus, by the time Riley got back to the bag, I don't think he wanted to throw it across there and risk an errant throw. So realistically, no harm, no foul, because Chapman would have beat that throw out. Be an infield single for Chapman. First pitch on the way to Merrifield is in the dirt, and it's 1-0. The 1-0. Elder quickly turns and flips it over to keep Chapman close by the bag over at first. Chapman beat the throwback easily. So a 1-0 count, runners on the corners, 1 away. Merrifield swings at the 1-0 pitch and bangs it foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves 2, Blue Jays nothing. Merrifield, 287 average. The 1-1 pitch. Slider misses inside. Comes off the glove of Murphy, but the runners stay put. A 2-1 count now. The tying run on first. Go ahead run at the plate. A's and Rangers have just gotten underway. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and banged foul down the third base line. Do it again at 2-2. Texas has taken a 1-0 lead. Nationals lead the Mets 1-0 in the first. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Murphy, keeping the runners put. But now you got a 3-2 count to Merrifield. The left-hander designated hitter, Brandon Belt, standing on deck. Elder up to 66 pitches now. Runners on the corners. 1 out. Merrifield, righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch. Swung on, and that ball's grounded over towards second. Only play is for Ozzie to flip it over to first. A run will score. So the lead is cut into half on the play. Runner on first. Chapman makes it down to second. So he's in scoring position. The Braves were playing a shift. Had they been in a traditional double play defense, they may have been able to make the play. But instead, be an RBI and a run scored. It's 2-1. The first pitch to Belt is a slider below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Belt. Down low, 2-0. Braves 2, Toronto 1. 2 outs, runner on second. A 2-0 count. The wind up to pitch. Right there for a strike. Sinker above the knees on the outer edge. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Elder. Looks back the runner. Lets it go. Misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-1. You almost wonder, they're better off just putting him on and facing the hind catcher, Jansen, who's standing on deck. 3-1 pitch. Swung on. That ball's rifled down the first base line. Plenty foul. A dangerous pitch. Almost tied this game up. Runner on second, 2 outs. The 3-2. Right there, caught looking, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. Sinker on the outer edge, 92, dotted the corner. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead by 1 in the top of the order coming to the plate.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. In 1978, the Yankees handed out candy bars with Reggie Jackson on the wrapper called Reggie Bars. When Jackson was playing for the Baltimore Orioles, he said, "If I played in New York, they'd name a candy bar after me." In a 1947 college baseball game between Yale and Fordham, each team had a very notable player. The first baseman for Yale was future President George H.W. Bush, and the Fordham center fielder was legendary Dodgers announcer Vin Scully. H.W. Bush and Yale would go on to win the game 3-1.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5. And we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
You see a guy hit the ball out the ballpark, grand slam home run to win a baseball game. And that same guy can come up tomorrow in that situation and miss the ball and lose the ball game. It can bring you up here, and don't get too damn cocky, because tomorrow it can bring you down there. See? But one thing about it, though, you know it always will be a tomorrow. You got me today, but I'm coming back.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 2-1. We head to the top of the 5th inning. Ronald Acuna Jr. takes a hack at the first pitch offered by Berrios down below the knees. Fouled off the plate. It's 0-1. Acuna 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts. The 0-1 pitch inside. Chases him off the plate. It's 1-1. Acuna came into this game 3 for 3 lifetime versus Berrios. The 1-1 pitch down below the knees. Ball 2-1. The 2-1 on the way. Did he go? Just got a piece of it. Looks like he check swing fouled, and it's 2-2. Thought he had held up, but didn't realize that the bat barely tapped it. The 2-2 to Acuna. Kicks and deals down below the knees. Ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Ronnie. Nobody on, nobody out. Matt Olson looms on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Misses with the 95-mile-an-hour heater. Tried to get Acuna to chase. Might have been his sinker. A little more oomph on that one. So he was trying to throw that one perfectly. 83 pitches on the afternoon for Berrios. Matt Olson is 0 for 1 with a walk in the third. The first pitch to Olson is swung on and hit down the left field line, bending. It's foul. It's 0-1. Top of the fifth, one away. Sorry, nobody out, one strike, excuse me. Olson getting back in the 0-1 pitch. Berrios turns and flips it over to first, try to catch Acuna napping. Acuna's back under the tag. The 0-1 swing, and that ball's lifted in towards center field. It'll be caught by the center fielder, Kiermaier, and there's one away. Kiermaier did like a funny kind of hop as he caught it. I don't know if he misjudged it or hop wasn't realistically needed, but caught the ball nonetheless. So one out. Blue Jays do have Trevor Richards warming up in the bullpen. First pitch on the way to Riley is at the knees on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Good pitch by Berrios. Riley's average down to 236. He's 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts. The 0-1 delivery swung on, and that ball is hit down the left field line hard but foul. It's 0-2. When you're struggling, those types of balls are always foul. When you're hot, those types of balls are always rattling around in the corner, fair for an RBI. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit right up the middle in between the 4-6 hole, left of the second base bag. Bichette just passes outstretched glove. Acuna rounded second, but put on the brakes. Runners on first and second, and one away. And Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Riley right there. Had to go down, lean down, and get it on the outer edge. Just stroked it into center field. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. One out, 2 on. The 1-0 pitch swung on and grounded over towards short. It's going to be a 6. And bobbling the ball at second is Merrifield. Couldn't get a handle on it. So Riley's going to be out at second on the force play, but Murphy's able to beat out any kind of a relay. So the bad news is you do have 2 outs. The good news is the inning is still alive, and Acuna stands down on third. Rosario coming to the plate. So Rosario, who's 1 for 2, he's now, I believe, 2 for 5 lifetime versus Barrios. Pete Walker, the pitching coach, is coming out there to talk to him again. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll go ahead and do that while they're having a chat on the mound. On this date, 1911, the Red Sox come back to beat the Tigers 13-11, overcoming a 9-run deficit in the Bennett Park contest. Duffy Lewis, 10th inning grand slam, proves to be the difference in the game. That also features Ty Cobb's first grand slam as well. That's in 1911. Looks like we're about ready to get back to work. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Eddie Rosario, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is swung on, and that ball is hit into right field. A diving catch by Springer, and that'll end the inning. Great defensive dive by Springer. He jumps up pumping his fists. We'll go ahead and hit the break. Braves threaten, but Springer saves the day.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, for your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. The legendary Derek Jeter holds a pretty impressive record. He's played the most games at one defensive position without ever playing another, with 2,674 games at shortstop. Hall of Famer Jim Palmer is arguably the best Orioles pitcher ever. He had the most wins in the 70s and was remarkably good at limiting homers. Over his 19-year career in the league, Palmer never gave up a grand slam or allowed back-to-back home runs. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
Armchair.
1889. If I cannot get my release, I must protect myself in another way. I'm over 40 and my fielding ain't so good, though I can still hit some. But I will say this, no man is going to sell my carcass unless I get half. Deacon White, Pittsburgh Alleghenies.
There was a time when the National League stood for integrity and fair dealing. Today it stands for dollars and cents. Once it looked to the elevation of the game and an honest exhibition of the sport. Today its eyes are on the turnstile. Players have been bought, sold, and exchanged as though they were sheep instead of American citizens. John Montgomery Ward.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1. Bryce Elder goes back to work. Misses the first pitch high and inside to Jansen. It's 1-0. Danny Jansen, 0 for 1 with the line out in the third. The 0-1 pitch. Slider misses off the plate. It's 2-0. Pitch, the windup, and swung on and grounded over towards third. Riley's got it. It's got plenty of time. He fires it over to third, and a great pick by Olson. He short hopped it into his glove. There's one away. I know we've got a gold glove, platinum glove first baseman over there, but you'd think they'd take their time when the slow catcher's running down the line. So 1 out. Kiermaier comes to the plate. He takes the first pitch high for a strike. It's 0-1. That was a strike home plate umpire Estabrook was not giving before. The 0-1. High and out of the zone. It's 1-1. 1-1 to Kiermaier. Righty-lefty matchup. Slider in the dirt. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 3-1. Three one on the way. Swinging that ball is hammered in to right field. Cutting it off is Acuna, and he fires it to second. And did they get him? They're going to say he's safe. That was a close play. Good throw by Acuna. He had to come a long way as they had Acuna playing really more into right center field. It might have cost the Braves a base. Looking at the replay, yeah, he just got in there. Head first slide, hustling all the way by Kiermaier. One on, one out. Springer comes to the plate. The first pitch to Springer is a sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is hit hard on the ground to Riley. Riley's got it. He chases the runner back to second, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 putout with 2 away. I agree with that, Nicholas. The song, I'm assuming that you're talking about the 98 Braves. We had a lot of other teams that should have been referenced. First pitch on the way to Bichette is in the dirt and rolls to the backstop, getting away from Murphy. Runner runs down to third base. Now the tying run's 90 feet away. It's 1-0. Murphy tried to trap it in the dirt, but got under his glove and rolled all the way to the backstop. Backstop's a long ways away from home plate. Excuse me. Here in Toronto. So the tying run 90 feet away, the 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball is banged foul off the dirt towards the third base side. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is sliced over the head of Olsen. We got a tie ball game. Just got over the head of Olsen. A weakly hit ball, but it'll get down into right field and look like a line driving on the scorecard. It's 2-2 here in Toronto. So a tie game here in the bottom of the fifth. First pitch on the way to Guerrero is at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. Guerrero just kind of a pause, kind of showing up home plate umpire Estabrook. He didn't think it was a strike. See if that might come back to bite him. It's showing a strike on pitch track, but you never know. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees. Strike 2. So an 0-2 count to Guerrero. He walks away for a second. Back to play, the runner on first, 2 away. The 0-2 count. Elder turns and flips and fires it over to first. Trying to catch Bichette napping. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 2, Bluejays 2, 2 outs. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. They've thrown that slider in the same area of the plate back to back to back. Guerrero was looking for it that time. Almost timed that one up. They set up inside. The 0-2 pitch swung on and hit hard, but foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. 0-2 is your count. Runner on first, 2 away. The 0-2 down below the knees. It's 1-2. One, two from Elder, down below the knees, taken all the way. Changeup missing, 84 miles an hour. We'll do it again. It's 2-2. The 2-2 swing and fouls it away. Do it again at 2-2. Cincinnati has held on and they beat Miami 6-5. Sandy Alcantara was on the mound today. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's grounded. Long at bat here. One of the game's better hitters. Nats lead the Mets 1-0. That game is heading to the third. Texas 1-0 over Oakland in the third. The 2-2 pitch from Elder swung on, and that ball is hit hard right on a line, but into the glove of Arcia. So that'll end the inning. But not before the Blue Jays tie the game. We'll be back in a flash. Ozzie Albies is headed to the plate.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The San Francisco Giants were very close to becoming the Toronto Giants. In 1976, Giants owner Horace Stoneham sold the team to a group of companies in Toronto. The Toronto Giants were set to debut later that year, but a U.S. court stopped the deal. After hearing the news, a man named Bob Lurie bought the Giants and kept them in San Francisco.
Braves Country HD, covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
Myers bringing it, and the pitch is hit in the air, foul, off first. Benzinger backing and calling, and the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
Left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
On August 2nd, 1907, I encountered the most threatening sight I ever saw on a ball field. He was only a rookie, and we licked our lips as we warmed up. Evidently, manager Pongo Joe Cantillon had picked a Rube out of the cornfields of the deepest bushes to pitch against us. He was a tall, shambling galoot, with arms so long they hung far out of his sleeves and with a sidearm delivery that looked unimpressive at first glance. One of the Tigers imitated a cow mooing, and we hollered, "Get the pitchfork ready, Joe. Your hayseed's on the way back to the barn." The first time I faced him, I watched him take that easy wind-up, and then something went past that made me flinch. The thing just hissed with danger. We couldn't touch him. Every one of us knew we'd met the most powerful arm ever turned loose in a ballpark. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is weakly grounded over to first, and Guerrero grabs it and flips it to Berrios, who's covering the bag, and it's a 3-1 putout to start the sixth. On this date, 1929, both teams wear numbers on their jerseys for the first time in Major League history. The Cleveland Indians host the New York Yankees at League Park in Cleveland. First pitch on the way to Ozuna's down below the knees. It's 1-0. Ozuna 2 for 2 with a home run. The numerals will become permanent fixtures on each club's attire from that day forward in 1929. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded foul. It's 1-1. On this date, 1942, Braves pitcher Jim Tobin, en route to a 6-3 victory over the Cubs, becomes the first modern-day hurler. The 1-1 pitch to Ozuna's inside. It's 2-1. Becomes the first modern-day hurler to hit 3 home runs as a pitcher in one game, equaling the feat of Guy Hecker, who did it for Louisville in 1886, the 2-1. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Ironsides, as he was known, pinch hit a homer in the 8th in the contest in the day before, would have hit 5 consecutive blasts if his first inning fly ball against had not hit the fence as opposed to go out. The 2-2 pitch is fouled off. We'll do it again at 2-2. That was on this date in 1942 in Braves history. We got one more. So we await the 2-2 count to Ozuna. Looks like a sold-out Rogers Center. We'll get the attendance here in a bit. The 2-2 on the way. Off the plate wide, 3-2. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Tried to get Ozuna to chase. Tried to do that in his first at bat. Then they tried to sneak one inside, and he took it over the fence. The 3-2, they're going back outside. Swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into right field, going back on the track. On the warning track, making the catch is Springer, and there's 2 outs. 2 outs. Michael Harris II will come to the plate. On this date, 1991, in the broadcast booth at Wrigley Field, Skip Carey and Chip Carey, Braves play-by-play announcers, join Cubs Harry Carey. The 3 generations of broadcasting families. The first pitch on the way to Harris is at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. The 77-year-old grandfather's the 0-1 pitch is swung on. That ball is going to get into right field. A worm burner underneath the glove of Merrifield, and it's a 2-out single. Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 6th. It was the first time all 3 appeared in the same booth together. That was back in 1991. Braves versus Cubs. And that's your turn back time for May 13th. So Michael Harris stands on first and 2 outs, and I believe they're going to make a pitching change. They are. Schneider gets the ball, and Berrios gets a round of applause. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Lastly, before I open the bar in the morning, I always make sure to turn on the Coors sign, let people know we got Ice Delicious Coors in the bar, and then that's the last thing I do.
That sign does not say Coors.
Come outside. Come outside. Come outside. It's closed. It says closed. Okay. Yeah, right. I can see that now. But, you can't really read it from the inside. You can't read it from the outside. Right.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Both Cecil and Prince Fielder ended their careers with 319 home runs. They both made their major league debuts at the age of 21. They both had 1 season with 50 or more home runs, 1 season with 40 or more home runs, and 4 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Exactly 40% of their hits went for extra base hits, and 22% of the balls they put into play were line drives. And that's not all. They also matched each other with 97 2-out home runs, 49 fourth-inning home runs, 29 fifth-inning home runs, and 18 ninth-inning home runs.
Players like Waddell, with their drinking, with their bad acting, with their inability to take their profession seriously. They came to baseball in its early years in very large numbers because baseball, though popular, was outside social norms. The instability of a career where you might work for a year or two and then be gone, the jumping from team to team seemed to be suited toward individuals who couldn't fit as well in the rest of society. Now, it helped in the case of Rube Waddell and many of these other sociopathic figures, that in addition to being sociopaths, they also had incredibly strong arms or very good batting eyes.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yimi Garcia comes into the game. 17 innings pitched, a 5.29 ERA, 20 strikeouts in 17 innings, 5 walks allowed. Garcia will face Orlando Arcia. The first pitch on the way is a fastball right down Main Street for a strike, 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Garcia previously with the Dodgers and the Miami Marlins. From the Dominican Republic, 32-year-old, 6'1", 230. The 0-1 pitch. Down and inside. Evening up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch inside almost gets Arcia. It's 2-1. The 2-1 on the way. Outside wide, ball 3, 3-1. Braves 2, Bluejays 2. A 3-1 count, 1 on, 2 away. Swung on, and that ball's grounded weakly over to short. Making the plays, Bichette. A 6-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. Braves put 1 on, but failed to score. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, tied up in Toronto.
Coming out of retirement
Whoa,
for this
whoa,
one.
whoa, what?
Yeah.
Buddy, I don't know who you are. You're about to get chlamydia.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Billy Wagner is possibly the best left-handed reliever of all time. Despite being a lefty, Wagner was born a natural righty. At the age of 7, he broke his right arm not once, but twice. While recovering, Billy learned to throw left-handed, and the rest is history. You might think that the St. Louis Cardinals are named after the bird, but that's not the case. In 1899, a reporter named Willie McHale overheard a woman talking about the, at the time, St. Louis Perfectos uniforms, saying that they were a lovely shade of cardinal. Fans liked the moniker Cardinals, and the name stuck.
Armchair.
Washington manager Joe Cantillon had received a report about a 19-year-old pitcher said to be tearing up the Idaho State League. This boy throws so fast you can't see him, the scout said, and he knows where he is throwing because if he didn't, there would be dead bodies all over Idaho. Walter Perry Johnson was a modest country boy from Humboldt, Kansas, with broad shoulders, long arms, and a curious motion that delivered the ball faster than any other pitcher had before him, and perhaps none has since. Still, he was cautious. Before signing up, he asked for a return ticket home, just in case things didn't work out back east. Things did work out. Johnson hurled the ball so fast that one batter left the box after 2 swings. The umpire told him he had a 3rd swing coming. I know, he said, and you can have the next one. It won't do me any good. There's only one way to time Johnson's fastball, said Bertie McCree. When you see the arm start forward, swing. Another batter simply shook his head. You can't hit what you can't see.
In the words of the umpire, Billy Evans, he said, was it hard to call a game that Walter Johnson was pitching? And he said, well, it wasn't really that hard. They wouldn't second guess me because not only were my eyes closed, their eyes were closed too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, Toronto Blue Jays are tied up at 2 apiece, and Jesse Chavez will come to the mound. Chavez a 2.40 ERA, 17 strikeouts in 15 innings. First pitch from Jesse is a drag bunt, scooped up, and making the tag is Olsen, and there's one away. Drag bunt coming over to the right-hand side of the diamond, past the pitcher's mound and towards first base. Varsho trying to sneak on, then he came way out of the baseline trying to avoid the tag, so he would have been out regardless. So one away. The first pitch from Jesse to Chapman is a strike on the outer edge right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 quickly back up there, misses high. It's 1-1. 1-1 from Jesse. Right there on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-2. 1-2. He lets it fly and just below the knees. Taken by Chapman, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Cutter got him on the outer edge, and there's 2 away. Good pitch by Jesse. That's the pitch when he's going well. That pitch is working. First pitch from Chavez to Merrifield. Cutter misses outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swung on and fouled away. It's 2-0. The 1-1 down below the knees, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch inside, ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1 delivery right there at the knees, called for a strike. Merrifield doesn't like it, but he's been calling that outside strike in the corner there all day long. It's a full count to Merrifield. Merrifield asks for time. Real quick on the scoreboard. Red Sox lead the Cardinals 1-0 in the third. The 3-2 pitch inside and ball 4. Ball almost looked like it might have hit Merrifield as well, but either way you look at it, it's heading down to first with 3 balls and that missing out of the zone. Snicker's going to go to the bullpen. Chavez day is done. 1 on, 2 away, and we'll be back in a moment. The lefty coming out of the pen.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would ask for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy. a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Lee is on. Left-hander, 18 2/3 innings, a 2.41 ERA, 2 walks, 22 strikeouts. You'll get a pinch hit here as Alejandro Kirk will come on to pinch hit for Belt. And the first pitch on the way from Lee is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Lee bends down, gets the sign, looks back at first. Here's the pitch. Down below the knees, just missed outside and low. It's 2-0. Alejandro Kirk with a 692 OPS. The runner's off and going, and here comes the throw from Murphy. It is nowhere near in time. The pitch was called a strike, so it's a 2-1 count, but now the go-ahead run is in scoring position. Lee's got that slow delivery. Merrifield took off like a jackrabbit down the line. So a 2-1 count in the dirt, ball 3, 3-1. The 3-1 from Lee. Rocks and deals. Swing and pops it up. It's a can of corn in the infield. Who's got it? Ozzy's underneath it. He makes the catch, and that'll end the inning. Braves get out of the mess. We'll be back in a flash. Acuna, Olsen, and Riley coming to the plate.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves and Bluejays tied up. So we head to the 7th inning. The top of the order due up for the Atlanta Braves. Acuna, Olsen, and Riley. And Garcia will be back out on the mound for the Blue Jays. Righty-righty matchup. It's also time for birthdays here on Braves Country Baseball. Happy 26th birthday to Nico Horner of the Chicago Cubs. Happy 31st to Wilson Contreras, brother of William. He's 31 of the Cardinals. Garcia gets ready and flips in the first pitch. It swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. 95-mile-an-hour, well above the head. It's 1-1. The 1-1 off the plate. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's hit hard into the hole, but Bichette's got it. He throws it across the diamond, in and out of the glove. Acuna's going to be safe. Guerrero tried to backhand. It was a hot shot. Bichette had to hurry. The ball had kind of a dead skip to it. Guerrero couldn't come up with it. So 1 on and nobody out. Garcia flips it over to first to keep Acuna close by as Matt Olson steps up to the plate. Happy 58th birthday to Jose Rio, ex-pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds in 90. Acuna's off and running on the pitch, and the pitch is wide, ball 1, and Acuna's in there. He's safe. Runner on second. The go-ahead run with nobody out and a 1-0 count to Olsen. Pretty good jump by Acuna. The throw was up the first base side. Bichette really didn't have much of a chance of making the tag. So runner on second. A 1-0 count to Olsen. Garcia fires and swing and a miss, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by Olsen, right in his wheelhouse. It's 1-1. Happy 62nd birthday to Dennis Rodman of the NBA. 5 titles with the Pistons and Bulls. The 1-1. Off the plate wide, 2-1. Stevie Wonder turned 73 and Morgan Wallen is 30. And that's your birthdays. The 2-1. Garcia kicks and fires off the plate wide, ball 3, 3-1. The 2-2, your score, top of the 7th inning. Runner on second, nobody out. And the 3-1 pitch to Olsen. He kicks and fires 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Blew it right by Olsen again. It's 3-2. Olsen having a hard time catching up with that fastball. I don't know if he's having a hard time seeing it out of his hand or what, because normally Olsen can catch up. The 3-2 pitch to Olsen. High and off the plate, wide, and on the pitch, Ronald Acuna Jr. steals third. We're going to have runners on the corners and nobody out with Austin Riley coming to the plate. Acuna had a pretty good jump. Jansen decided not to throw. I don't know if it was because he couldn't get a good grip or if he just realized he wasn't going to have much of a play. How about Acuna taking it upon himself to hopefully create a run? Austin Riley comes up. The first pitch from Garcia is swung on and popped up, but it'll get out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Riley. On the way inside, it's 1-1. Mets and Nationals are in a rain delay. Last score I saw was 1-0, so I believe it's still there around the third inning. The 1-1 to Riley. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Inside, ball 2, 2-1. Red Sox lead the Cardinals 3-0. Rangers over the A's 3-0. Both of those are in the fourth. These are finals in Major League Baseball. As we get set for the 2-1 pitch from Garcia. He inside, ball 3, 3-1. So you got a 3-1 count to Riley. Runners on the corners and nobody out. Standing on deck is Murphy. Reds over the Marlins 6-5. Mariners beat the Tigers 5-0, and the Yankees outlasted the Rays 9-8. The 3-1 pitch right there for a strike. Riley taking all the way. It's 3-2. You got a 3-2 count. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The wind up the pitch. Inside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out, and Sean Murphy coming to the plate. That's going to bring out the pitching coach, Pete Walker. Thought they might go to the pen and relieve him, but instead they're going to come out and talk to Garcia. Garcia has thrown 21 pitches. So bases loaded, nobody out. It is in the third inning in that Washington-New York game. They're delayed with rain. They both had two starters that aren't their top line starters, so I'm not sure who that benefits. It benefits the over, I guess. The first pitch on the way to Murphy misses off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Bases loaded. Nobody out. The 1-0 to Murphy. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle, and the infield is in. They're coming home, and Acuna is going to be out. The force out there. The rest of the runners are safe, so no runs score, but the bases stay loaded, and there's one away. Murphy kind of got it jammed in on him. So now I think the Bluejays will go to the pen. So that'll be it for Garcia. We'll be back in a flash. Bases loaded, one away. And Rosario coming to the plate.
He doesn't know what he's being doing because the part of his brain that should know is getting a wedgie from the rest of his brain.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put creamer he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coat.
And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted.
Eye contact.
Scented candles.
Power balance.
And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers.
Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away, a sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. 1 out, top of 7, bases loaded. And Swanson will come in to face Rosario. He fires the first pitch in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on that one, and it's 0-2. Eric Swanson, 6'3" right-hander, 29 years old. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. Swanson from North Dakota played college at Iowa Western, came up in the Texas Rangers organization, and then moved over to Seattle. First year with Toronto, the 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball popped up, but out of play. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Bases loaded. Ozzie Albies on deck. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, just got a piece of it. Rosario was just trying to stay alive there. Ball darted off the plate the last second. He was just trying to make sure he didn't get called out on strikes. You got an 0-2 to Rosario. The sun high in the sky. The wind up the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Rosario down on strikes. So now, Braves trying to find any way to get a run in. They had the bases loaded and nobody out. Now Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. Open stance from the left side. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Ozzie is high and out of the zone, 96 miles an hour. It's 1-0. A walk, a hit by pitch, a balk, anything right now. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul down the first base line. It's 1-1. Haven't seen him throw too many low balls, but I'd take a pass ball or a wild pitch right now off the plate. The 1-1 swung on and popped up. Should be playable down the left field line. Coming in and making the play is Varsho. And that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 3 on, but do not score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this day, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spalding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spalding on it in big black letters, and for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves are tied at 2 as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Didn't have time to do the traditional bottom of the 7th or middle of the 7th inning stretch because in Toronto they don't take as long of a break. First pitch on the way from Minter is on the way to Jansen. It's called for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. The 0-1 from Minter. Swing and pops it up. Should be playable. Hanging out just past the first base dirt into shallow left field. Olson's got it, and there's one away. Only other games in motion right now, you got the Twins over the Cubs 7-0 in the 7th. Rangers lead the A's 3-0. Red Sox lead the Cardinals 3-0, and the Mets and Nats are in a rain delay. First pitch on the way to Kiermaier is a fastball strike right there at the knees. It's 0-1, 97 miles an hour. As Minter gets set for the 0-1 swing, and that ball's lifted high into left field. It's going to get down in a high hop. Good play by Rosario to keep it from going over his head. That's spongy turf in Toronto. Kiermaier takes a wide turn, heads back to the base. So 1 on, 1 out. And the top of the order brings George Springer to the plate. First pitch to Springer is swung on, and that ball is ripped into center field. A hot shot diving attempt by Ozzie Albies just past his outstretched glove. Now there's runners on first and second and 1 out. Minter off to another slow start. Remember the last 2 years, he's really scuffled at the beginning, then turned it on. I would attribute some of it this year to having to fill the closer's role. Last year, it was pretty much the same thing, and they had Kenley Jansen. First pitch on the way to Bichette is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Bichette 1 for 3 with the RBI single in the 5th. The 1-0 from Minter, outside wide. Ball 2-0. The 2-0 from Minter, lefty-righty matchup on the way. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play 96 miles an hour, and it's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Minter looks back the runners. Runner on second is off and going, and the throw is down to third, and he's going to be safe. Another stolen base. Kiermaier, and on that play, on the throw, with Murphy chasing the runner down to third, the runner on first stole second. Kiermaier beat the throw with plenty of time. Then rolled up on the glove of Riley. Riley would have had no chance to make another play. The 3-1 pitch swung on. That ball's rifled into the hole with the infield in. Here comes one run will score. They'll stop the runner at third. Score is 3-2. Runners on the corners and one away. Ball was hit right up the middle. Arcia at normal depth makes that play. Whether or not he'd be able to stop the run from scoring is a different question. But he was too close to be able to make that play, that ball hitting that hard. So runners on the corners, one out. Braves trail by 1. And now they're in double play depth, but they are in a shift. Minter throws a soft toss over to first. We'll do it again. Minter looks in to get the sign. The pitch on the way. Set up outside. Fastball misses outside. It's 0-1. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it. I think that might have got a piece of Murphy. I think it got him in the... Not sure where it got him. I have to see the replay there. Home plate umpire is dusting off the plate to give it a second. Got him on the inside ankle area, the right ankle. So a 1-1 count. Runners on the corners. Double play ball would be huge right here. The wind up, the pitch in the dirt. Good block by Murphy, keeping the runner from third scoring. Excellent pick by Murphy. It's a short hop into the glove to his glove side. The 2-1 from Minter. Right there for a strike, 96 miles an hour on the outer edge. It's 2-2. Two from Minter. Winds up and lets it fly. Swing, and that ball is hammered into right field. Acuna's got it. He fires it towards home. It's going to be a play at the plate, and the ball is up the line. It's 4-2. Toronto with 2 outs, and the runner on first moves up to second. Acuna coming in, good hard throw, but it was up the line. If it was on the mark, maybe he gets it, but it would have been a bang-bang play. So lefty-lefty matchup now. The first pitch swung on and fouled away by Varsho. It's 0-1. Varsho 0 for 3 his last time up, tried to drag a bunt down. Minter throws over to Bichette again at first base. It's runner on first, 2 away. The 0-1 pitch, swing and foul back out of play, 97 miles an hour. Bichette was on the move. It's 0-2. Atlanta 2, Toronto 4. Braves still with 2 more cracks at the bat here in this ball game. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the left field line. We'll do it again at 0-2. The 0-2 lefty-lefty matchup. Runner on first. 2 outs. The wind up the pitch. Just inside 96 miles an hour, misses. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Minter winds up and deals. Swing and fouls it back. Do it again at 1-2. A lot of night games on the slate here for Saturday, May 13th. We'll be back at it tomorrow, Mother's Day edition. 137 first pitch. The 1-2 pitch swung on. That ball is hammered down the right field line. Into the upper deck, but foul. Wasn't foul by much. It just curved foul past the pole. The 1-2 from Minter. Just off the plate wide. 89 miles an hour, misses, and it's 2-2. The 2-2. Murphy sets up outside, swing, and a missed strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Braves give up 2 runs. We're heading to the 8th. Ozuna, Harris, and Arcia coming to the plate.
I'm a Sagittarius, which probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spalding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true, but it was just what Spalding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game, played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Marcell Ozuna will face Swanson, who's back out there. His 10th pitch of the outing is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna, really the only one who's done anything today, 2 for 3 with the 2-run home run and a single. The 1-0 fouled back. It's 1-1. His one out was a drive into the deepest part of right field. Kranitz is over there talking to AJ Minter in the dugout. Might be giving him directions to Double-A Mississippi. The 1-1 pitch outside wide. It's 2-1. The 2-1 from Swanson. Righty-righty matchup. Kicks and deals inside and high. Ball 3, 3-1. Standing on deck is Harris. Three, 1, ball 4 inside. Fastball misses. The Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 8th. Michael Harris II comes up, representing the tying run. First pitch on the way to Michael is a strike in the top of the zone, 86 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1. High and outside, 94 miles an hour. That was well past pitch out territory. Catcher Jansen had to leap to his feet to keep that from going to the backstop, evening up the count at 1-1. The 1-1 swing and hit it high and fairly deep into left field, but playable. Underneath it is Varsho. He'll make the catch, and there's one away. One on, one out. And Orlando Arcia due up. He's 1 for 3 with a double in the third. 323 average, 2 home runs, 8 RBI, and 873 OPS. First pitch on the way. Catches the inner part of the zone up top. It's 0-1. Oh, 1. On the way, outside wide, it's 1-1. The 1-1 from Swanson is 20th of the day. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to third. It's going to be a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th, trailing by 2.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, eh? So I should not do it. I save my money, I gotta pay for diapers.
Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in 20 of his 21 seasons with the Braves. In the first season after his death, the Braves won 44 games before the All-Star break, 44 games after the All-Star break, and then won the World Series in the 44th week of the year.
We need Doubleday because as a culture we have to have origin myths. Now, baseball has no point of origin. It evolved. We know that. So they set up a commission, and they ginned up this absurd story about Abner Doubleday, who, as one writer said, probably didn't know baseball from a kumquat, but he did fire the first responsive Union volley at Fort Sumter, and he did briefly command the troops at Gettysburg. So to have an American hero as the originator of the game seemed very appropriate indeed. It's total mythology. In fact, there is no single point of origin.
Let's not try to find a starting place for baseball. Let's consider it to be the Darwinian product of centuries of movement of people and continents and oceans, and something rising from the sea and then turning eventually after years of evolution into Barry Bonds.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez will come into the game, sporting a 3.97 ERA over 11 and a third innings, 15 strikeouts, 2 walks. Jimenez will be charged with the task of trying to keep this a 2-run game, with the top of the order coming up for the Atlanta Braves in the 9th inning. Trailing by just a bloop and a blast. He's going to face Chapman to start off the inning. The first pitch on the way to Chapman is right there for a strike at the knees. 82-mile-an-hour slider. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Down below the knees, into the dirt. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Right there. 95-mile-an-hour strike on the outer edge. Bottom corner, 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and pops it up. High into left field. Coming underneath it and making the play over from center is Harris. And there's one away. So one down, and Merrifield comes to the plate, and time is called. I think that might have been by home plate umpire. It didn't appear that it was from Merrifield. So we're back at it. The first pitch to Merrifield is down below the knees. Slider missing. It's 1-0. The 1-0 in the dirt, 2-0. The 2-0 delivery, swing, and that ball's hit hard down the left field line, just foul. Couple of feet away from extra bases. Might have even snuck over the wall if it had stayed straight. The 2-1. Strike right there. Swing and a miss off the edge of the plate. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, and they're going to say that was foul. Merrifield quit running, so it's hard to tell if Riley would have ended up getting him out or not. Merrifield runs well. Would have been a tough play. The 2-2 from Jimenez. Merrifield now asks for time. I'll tell you what, they gave it to him just at the 8-second point. You can make the argument that should have been strike 3 if you went by the letter of the law. The 2-2 pitch. Down and out of the zone, ball 3-2. I don't particularly like that rule, but if you're going to go by that rule, that should have been a strike. Full count from Jimenez in the dirt, and he loses Merrifield down the first base line. 1 on, 1 out. Alejandro Kirk will remain the designated hitter. Popped up in the 6th inning. Jimenez turns and fires it over to first. He was dangerously close to burning the clock there. He was down to 1 second on the pitch clock when he turned around and fired it to first. Merrifield with the good lead. He's gone. Pitch on the way, and they didn't even attempt to get Merrifield. He had that stolen all the way, and the pitch missed. It's 1-0. It's a bad job by Jimenez. I mean, he was halfway to second before he ever raised his leg. The 1-0 right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Merrifield on second, a 1-1 count, 1 out. The pitch right there for a strike, 95 miles an hour. On the outer edge, it's 1-2. Standing on deck is the catcher, Jansen. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt gets away from Murphy, and somehow Merrifield does not take off and go down to third. So a 2-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Jimenez leans in and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Merrifield steals third on the play. Murphy thought about throwing, but just put it in his back pocket. Merrifield had another great jump. So it'll come down to getting Jansen out here with 2 outs. Of course, now Merrifield can score on a number of different ways that just does not involve a base hit. First pitch on the way to Jansen's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 on the way inside 95 miles an hour. It's 2-0. You don't want to walk Jansen, the left-hander Kiermaier standing on deck. And after that, it'd be the top of the order. The 2-0 right there at the knees. It's 2-1. Braves will face Jordan Romano in the 9th inning. Left-handed closer, he is warming up. The 2-1. Right there. Strike 2, 96 miles an hour. So a 2-2 count to Jansen, runner on third, 2 away. Braves trail by only 2. The wind up the pitch, swing, and pops it up. Back behind home plate and out of play. A 2-2 count. The wind up the pitch, swing, and that ball is hammered down the left field line, and it is down. It's going to be a run. It's 5-2. And the runner's going to end up on second with an RBI double. Five to 2 your score here in the bottom of the 8th. Just hooked it over the head of Riley and barely stayed fair down that left field line. First pitch on the way to Kiermaier is a fastball high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and fouls it back 95 miles an hour. It's 1-1. (5-2) Toronto, bottom of the 8th inning. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Got him fishing there. The 1-2 fastball misses high. It's 2-2. So he's gone fastball, fastball, slider, fastball. You got a 2-2 count now. Top of the order looms on deck. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll get him out of the inning, but not before he coughs up a run. The Braves trail by 3, but the top of the order is coming to the plate. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-call, no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but that is so unnecessary.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier, but Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick. Last year, Nolan Arenado, Paul Goldschmidt, Tyler O'Neill, Harrison Bader, and Tommy Edman all won a Gold Glove award. This made the 2021 Cardinals the first team in history to win 5 Gold Glove awards.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam, and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail by 3. Jordan Romano's coming into the game. Romano with a 3.6 ERA, 5 walks, 19 strikeouts. First pitch on the way from Romano is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Romano struggled his last time out against the Phillies, game that took place on Wednesday. The 1-0, did he go around? He did not. 2-0. Count. Swing and a miss, 95 miles an hour right down the pipe. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Kicks and flies. Swinging, that ball is hit hard, but right at the third baseman Chapman. He fires it across to first, and it's a 5-3 putout. To start the 9th. Braves in danger of dropping the second game. Game 3 tomorrow here at 1:37 p.m. We'll have first pitch. The only good thing you can take out of this, if we were to lose, the last time the Braves were swept by the Toronto Blue Jays, they went on to win the World Series in 2021. First pitch on the way to Olsen, misses inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Olsen 0 for 2, does have 2 walks on the day. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. 96 mile an hour fastball. Romano has a really smooth delivery. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? It does not. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Romano fires a 98 mile an hour fastball on the outer edge. That just got a piece of it to stay fair. To stay alive. If it's fouled down the third base line, it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 96 miles an hour. And there's 2 away. So Austin Riley will come to the plate. He's 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. First pitch to Riley is off the plate, down and away. 1-0. The 1-0 from Romano. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. 96 right by him. It's 1-1. 1-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour. It's 1-2. Tomorrow's matchup, it'll be Kikuchi on the mound for the Bluejays. The Braves have yet to name a starter. The 1-2 pitch just misses. It's 2-2. You'd think it's either going to be a bullpen game or possibly Dylan Dodd, but Dylan Dodd, they'd have to make it through customs. So if he's here, they would have already done it. The 2-2 pitch off the plate, fastball, it's 3-2. So a full count to Riley. Standing on deck is Murphy. In the hole is Rosario. He'd be the tying run. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley strikes out, and that'll end the game. Braves get out to a 2-0 lead, but cannot hold on. Bullpen squandered it away. And the lack of the Braves hitting, especially in big spots, when you look at the 7th inning when they had the bases loaded and nobody out, really cost Atlanta. Braves will fall to 24-14 on the year, still have a healthy lead. In the National League East. Attendance today was 41,341. Time of the game, 2 hours and 50 minutes. Swanson will get the win. Minter will get the loss. Romano has saved his 10th. A.J. Minter going to 2-4 now on the year, giving up 2 earned runs. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 1:37 Eastern, for first pitch on Mother's Day. Hopefully we can avoid the sweep in what will likely be either a bullpen game or we'll see Dylan Dodd going again. My guess would be bullpen game. But we'll probably have to go to Dodd in Texas at that rate. So y'all have a great rest of your Saturday evening. We'll see you tomorrow here on Braves Country. Braves drop a tough one, 5-2 in Toronto.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and youtube.com/Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.